Okay, we're back with music. Okay, hi, hello. Hi, Audio Blood. If you don't know who I am, uh, my name's Sean. Uh, I run a Link to the Past. My PB is 12518. Um, I also am a moderator in the ALTTP nerd server. So, yeah, let's. First of all, I want to thank you for making this a YouTube video. Because YouTube is a lot easier because we can do frame by frame like this. So it's a lot easier to show stuff. And I see on the right, this is my nice Super Nintendo. And I'm using Practice Hack 14.5.0. And off we go. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of smooth movement here, which is good. I think I'm seeing some pumping, but there's no input display. Okay. Right here, this diagonal is actually a lot faster than walking all the way around here. This is a very long path. This one is a lot shorter. I don't exactly remember why. I think it's just because it makes it a smoother diagonal. But you actually want this gap between the torches because if you go under this one, you're gonna knock into the wall and then you're gonna drag on the corner. If you go through this one, you can diagonal and skip the corner. It's just like a minor thing, though. Okay. You really do want to get him down to the bottom of the room. I'm on the wrong preset config. There it is. So the closer to the bottom of the room this guy is, the less human error you have to deal with. So ideally, you want him here, so that you catch the key and open the door on subsequent frames. The further from the door that this guy is, like it's not like a strict time loss to kill him up here. the time loss comes because this depends on your reaction time. So, however many frames it takes you to react from collecting the key to coming down and opening the door, that's how many frames you're gonna lose. These are called human error frames, and you're gonna hear that a lot. So, basically, you wanna make sure that you're killing this guy as low as possible in order to reduce human error frames. Okay. Some people also do something like this. I don't remember how to do this. All right. Well, yeah. Stick to the up slash. Make sure you kill him. Something like that. Yeah. Like if you release your spin down here, you're gonna knock him upwards. But basically, you wanna stick up by his head and knock him downwards, but like not like there's just a window of pixels you want to hit. So play around with that. Like I said, it's not strictly a time loss as long as your reaction speed is good, but as a general rule, you don't want to do any strat that relies on reaction speed. Something funky on that room. Let me run it. All I can see is that it's wrong. I don't know how. Did this part right. Okay. You see it again. Okay. So I don't know what I was looking for there. It was fine. But what I am going to talk about right now is door entries. So the game has this property where if you're close to a door or near a door, it will allow Link to kind of shunt into the door. But that costs time, so you want to be clear of both sides of the door every time that you enter a door. Something like this, and this is why I love frame by frame. So when you're standing here like this, you're going to lose time to nudging off of this door, right? See, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6 or 7, we've got 6 or 7 frames there where you were just nudging off the door. Now that seems minor. 6 frames is a tenth of a second. But think about how many doors we go through in this game. It's hundreds. Like, that will pile up over the course of the run. So you really need to prioritize clean door entries, especially in escape. Like if you want that sub 6-minute escape, you're not going to get it eating doors like that. All right. Okay. What you're doing there is fine. you just have a chance to get owned. It's better, in my opinion. It's better to go into the room and then slash your sword because you have plenty of time to charge it up till you get here, and there's no way that he's gonna turn in a spot where your sword is gonna clink off of his. Where if you swing your sword outside, there's a chance that he turns early here and you clink your sword like that. All right, but if you just do this like this, there's no chance that he does that. He always goes a certain amount downwards. Okay. So so in VOD reviews, you obviously want to see what you're doing wrong, right? I also like to highlight when people do things right. So I don't know if you know this consciously, but if going to the right like that actually spawns the ball and chain guard earlier and has him walk toward you in a much better way. So yes, you're absolutely correct. Get this pot from as far right as you care to go. You were maybe 2 pixels left of the last pixel that you can grab it on. But yeah, you definitely want to grab that from the right to spawn him earlier. Okay. You want a little bit better movement for the jail cell here? Because I can tell you're not diagonaling here because of where you end up. So if you're diagonaling correctly, you should end up on a pixel where you can just immediately grab the chest. So, like there. That was bad. But like, you should be ending on a pixel where you can grab the chest immediately after Zelda's done talking. And you're too far to the right here. So what I do is when I enter the cell, you have restricted movement in this portion, and it doesn't really matter if you're going diagonally or not. So I just hold a diagonal. So as soon as I enter here, I start the diagonal. Because now you have to adjust, turn, open the chest, and then get out of the cell, and all of that costs time. I'm gonna ignore the extra sword slash. Okay. You probably know this, but eating that corner like that is costing frames. Like, I do encourage you to go back and frame by frame some of the places that you know you're losing time and see exactly how much you're losing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So you just lost 20 frames there just from a simple thing. And it's tiny, it's minor, it's very easily fixable. But yeah, for places where you know that you're losing time, go back into your VOD and frame by frame it like this and be like, "Oh, that's 20 frames. That's a free 20 frames that I'm just giving away." So, just be a lot more careful with your movement because these things cost more than you think. That was a very clean door entry. Good job. Could have boomed him. So, guard hallway, basically all you're focused on is this guy right here. He's the only one that will ever deviate from his path because he's the only one that has a search cone. The other two, they don't matter. Sometimes they get in the way, but they're basically just zombies. So don't worry about that. What you should have recognized here is that this guy was going to be in the way, so you should have downright boomed him because you should have recognized that he was going to be a problem right away. These two, yeah, they're whatever. You can get out without dealing with them. Another very tiny minor thing. You want a diagonal move to this wall and you want to hold the diagonal for the whole thing. The only reason is diagonal movement is like 1.5 times as fast as cardinal movement, and even in this very like limited scenario, it's still just better. Uh, so I don't know if you've watched the FMG video for movement, but basically when Link is walking right, on the first frame he goes 1 pixel, on the second frame he goes 2 pixels, and then he goes 1 2 1 2 1 2, and just alternates after that. Anytime you change directions, Link's walk cycle is completely reset. So if you hold right for 1 frame, that then he'll move 1 pixel. But if you switch to upright, then he'll move 2 pixels upright. But then when you switch back to right, he will go back to the 1 frame on the first frame. When you're walking to the right, you want as many of those 2 pixel movements as possible. So you want to limit the amount of times that you change directions when you're walking right. Okay? I see at least 3 direction changes here, and that's not good. It's extremely minor, but it is like we're talking maybe a 3 frame difference, and probably not even that. It's probably closer to two. But this is applicable to everywhere in the speedrun, especially in the overworld section coming up, because you're going to be doing a lot of right and downright movement. Okay, yeah, that's not great, but I don't think telling you that is going to be helpful. Now, conversely, when you're moving upwards, changing directions is fine because when you're moving up or left, you get a 2 pixel movement on the first frame. This is why pumping works because you're resetting Link's walking speed, preferably every 30th of a second, and you're getting clean 2 pixel movements. So these direction changes are fine. These direction changes are actually probably good. It's when you're moving down and when you're moving right that you need to watch out. All right, you'll get faster at reading those RNGs just as you do escape more. Okay. That was a decent room. Rats were a little rude, but it's fine. Okay, if the rat is in the way here, like if you see that a rat is going to be a problem here, just walk straight up and then boom the bat. So this is one of the things that that FMG and fruit bats don't really go over. They just say like go to the wall and start pumping, which is technically the fastest way to do the room if there's nothing in the room. Yeah, this is yeah, I should have just started with key rat, but whatever, it's fine. Yeah, so if FMG and fruit bats both say go to this wall, start pumping because you'll always make the bats miss. And that is the fastest strat, but if this guy's here, if this guy's in the way, then that doesn't work. So the next fastest strat is to just boom that bat and hopefully the rats don't get in the way. The next fastest strat is to just walk straight up, boom that bat, and keep going. And you have a lot of time to identify if there's going to be a problem rat here. Sometimes there's a rat above the fold here, and there's not really much you can do about that. You need to make this decision here, and I think the correct decision is to just go straight up. You want to hold a diagonal down right here. It just makes it slightly faster. You want to hold a diagonal down right until you're clear of that corner there, and then switch to cardinal right. Okay, 604 is actually really good for your level. Or most people are in the 6-2x range at 140. So even though I had a lot to say about that escape, it's still really good. See, here's one of those direction changes I was talking about, though. Like you start moving right here, and then you correctly identify that you're too high for the next screen, so you adjust. And you want to minimize the amount of times that you have to do that. So just make sure you're going downwards and you're like paying attention to where you are on this screen. So I actually like this anti-pump. I know a lot of people that don't, but if you do the previous screen correctly, you only need to go up like maybe 2 frames. Uh, it is not better to overshoot on that screen. It's not better to overshoot at all. If you only overshoot by 1 frame, then maybe because it only takes you 1 frame to adjust it, but I think just like Yeah, just do it better. Like I can tell you're maybe a little bit distracted or you're like looking away from the screen. And that's one of the screens that you really need to look at. Like I have ADHD, so I know some screens just don't fucking matter. So that one does. So pay attention to it. Okay. I know a lot of tutorial videos say to do this, and honestly, I think it's fine movement. I just prefer I prefer the longer diagonal. Rubbing on the wall shouldn't affect much, if anything. I think it's just cleaner if you take this big long diagonal, and of course there's no save state for this, so. So I walk cardinal down all the way to like this window of pixels here, and then I take the longer diagonal here. Now you will see people drag the wall here, and that's fine. I think I timed it, and the strats are basically the same. So whatever whatever you learned, or you don't need to unlearn it, but this is just a preference, and of course I'm gonna have different preferences than anyone else. However, this cliff nudge is bad. You don't want to nudge this slope here. You want to take the diagonal all the way clear of the cliff there. When you don't have the boots, like diagonal movement matters a lot more. Okay. Props for waiting that out, but what I would do, like, you have time here to activate the statue and slash through it. So when this guy is uh is on top of this Armos statue. Oh, well. So when the Octorok is on top of the Armos statue like that, you want to hold your sword out and knock the Armos statue back that way. Instead of using the boomerang, because you might just get a 2-for-1. Like, most of the time you're gonna kill the Octorok, and then your sword will still be out to knock the Armos statue away. Okay, you said you don't pump, so this guard being in the way is going to constantly be a problem for you. Um, if you do this screen cleanly, or you watch somebody in the sub 90 range or whatnot, they're going to be double pumping these staircases, and then the guard is going to be on a favorable movement pattern so that they don't have to boom him. But until you start pumping, this is going to always be a thing. Flashing this guy is slow, so unless you're doing it to advance the prize pack, it's better to either boomerang him or just walk around. Boomeranging is if you get the quick boom, that's faster than walking around, and walking around is faster than the slow boom. So take your pick. Just slashing is the slowest way to get through that room. Okay, you usually walk around. Cool. That's part of the hard part of VOD reviews is I don't know what you usually do, like what's a one-off thing versus what's like a chronic issue. Okay. You don't want to go all the way to the top in this room, and this is why. Because you bump around this staircase. So don't go all the way to the top. Just like you're not in so your diagonal is gonna take you to like here, but just imagine that you're going to here instead of hitting up here, and just don't hit the top because you're nudging off of this staircase is like 5 frames or something. So just clear this cleanly. Yeah, so you didn't technically need it, but that heart is one of the freest hearts in the game. It's only, I think, 5 frames slower than not getting it. So just keep that in mind that if you do actually need a full heart at any point, that one is the easiest to get. Okay. That was good movement control here. A lot of people a lot of people would have gotten onto this pixel and then realized, oh shit, I need to be a tile downwards. So then they would have adjusted downwards. But what you did is you realized you were too high, but you waited until you were clear of here so that you would get a longer diagonal, and you were gonna change directions anyway. So good job on that. Go a little lower to pick up that pot. I'm pretty sure you were too high here. I'm fairly sure that's too high. And then you end up bumping down. Okay, again, slashing that Popo is slow. You want to boom him unless you're trying to get that 20 drop. Same with that one. That guy I don't think was even in the way. Yeah, so he's a little bit off the wall there. I'm not 100%, but I think you were able to walk around him. But it's better. It's faster to just slash him than to take a hit for sure. So if you're not sure, just get rid of him. Okay. I will accept the backup, but on your next PB, you better be damage boosting off that Popo. I'm kidding. Do what you want. 50%, yeah, 50%'s not enough. Gotta be. I'm gonna say 85% to put it in a run, because if you mess that up, then it ends up costing you a shit ton of time. Right, you're spending a lot of time reading RNG, and I simultaneously want to tell you to just like YOLO more, but I also want you to get used to reading the RNGs. So if you have to take it slow for a while till you get used to which RNGs are in which rooms, then that's fine. Just You'll just naturally learn it as you get better. Okay, you started that fight really, really, really late. So you can be probably about 20 frames earlier firing this first arrow. Like you don't want these guys to start moving when you fire your first arrow. Like see how he's moving toward you and the arrow's not even in the air yet? Like, you want to be a lot like obviously this is fine because it worked out, but like you don't necessarily want to take that risk. So I would say split the difference, start about 10 frames earlier instead of 20 because you don't want to go too early obviously. But yeah, that just scared me a little bit. Oh, and you always want to be so whenever you kill a boss, you want to be standing in the spot where it died. So you hang out up here for a while and then you wait for the heart container to drop. But if you were already standing here, then you would pick it up immediately. So see how you pick it up immediately when versus having to walk down, what is this, 2 tiles? So you do want to have your sword out, but there is a reason for it. What you want to do is line the tip of your sword up with that shadow of the falling pendant there, and then that's as low as you can go. So yeah, we're not gonna do that. All right, fantastic. Okay, so crystal catching and pendant catching are different. So you're trying to catch this pendant with your eyes, and uh, that's not necessarily needed. Basically, you wanna slash upwards, and you want to put the tip of your sword on the shadow, and then that's where you catch the pendant. So that's why you see people slash there. Um, we used to believe years and years ago that releasing the spin helped you collect the pendant 1 frame earlier. That's not true. You don't have to release your sword, but it is nice for a little flourish. GG gold. Okay, I assume you're setting up for Saha rupees, and you do want to go to the right, but you want to talk to him a little higher. You want to be about 2 tiles higher than you are right now. So you want to talk to him from up here if you're getting Saha rupees. And the reason for that is mostly because you can. Um, it's only if you're not getting Saha rupees that you wanna be as low as possible. Oops, my bad. Hate that. Okay, that is really rough, but it's about what I expect for someone of your level. So definitely make sure that you're paying attention to that screen, and I'll just show you really quick how to do that. So you got this part right. Arm spin speed, and then you just want to follow the terrain and then go diagonally through here and jump off. So from the spin speed, you just follow the terrain until you get to these vulture statues or whatever these are. And then you want to go diagonally through here. And you want to hit this tile flush. Okay, so I use this statue to help with that. Okay, so you diagonal through here, and then I actually just nudge this statue so that I'm flush for here, because it's better to nudge up here than it is to nudge on either of these. And if you're a complete degenerate, you can actually go right here. And this is technically faster, but nobody does it. It's a lot easier to go left, and it's only about a 10 frame difference. Okay, you're too low here. You want to be against this terrain here. This guy doesn't exist. Just ignore that guy. Let me actually go back a screen. Okay, good. So you know to hold up left to skip this guy. But yeah, definitely end your dash here, because you want to be against the top here, because on the next screen there's some bushes, and you want to cut these bushes so that you hit this slope. So when you dash into a slope, that's the only time that you can move diagonally at dash speed. Well, unless you're spin speeding, I guess. But you want to dash into slopes as much as possible. Sometimes it's bad, and I'll point out when it's bad to do that. But as a general rule, when you're dashing, you want the slopes to assist you in going diagonally. Okay, you were too low here, and I think you knew that, but I don't know. Anyway, you were too low here. You needed to adjust, so you needed to be against this wall, and that's what this weed dash, that's what that will help with as well. Because when you hit this slope, you curl off, and then you're either against this part of the terrain or you're 1 pixel off, depending on which subpixel you started on. So this will also just help you line up for the next screen, and you really do want to be just against this terrain here for 2 reasons. The first one is when you're doing the adjustment, you'll see Link move, and then that will let you better know when you can dash. If you press the A button during a screen transition, after the transition is over, Link will not begin to dash. So if you press it too early, you're going to lose it. What a lot of people do here is they will hold diagonals through every screen transition, and then once you see, like, as soon as you see Link move, that's when it's safe to start dashing. So yeah, you needed to adjust, A, to know when to start dashing, and B, because that's just the better line. Right here, you're like maybe 1 pixel away from bonking. Like, you got lucky here. So optimally, you want to be on the tile above, and you want to cut these bushes. I don't love that because of this, because this guy likes to be in the way. So what you're doing is fine, but technically, I should tell you that the line above you is more optimal.
Yeah, so I actually have timed this out, and it does end up being faster to get the book first. Nice chess turn.
Hmm. Yeah, not a good dash line. You want to.
I don't know if you have to go like fully clear of the. I guess we'll just use this one. So this is the dash line that you want. Yeah, and this bonks. So after you jump off, what you want to do is hold diagonal against the tree until you're clear of it, and then you can dash. Looks like you maybe dashed too early there, and you lost some frames for standing. Okay, you got lucky here. This guy will knock you out of your dash 50% of the time. So what you want to do to prevent that is just hold upright through this transition and just nudge upwards by 1 pixel, and that takes care of every single RNG that this guy can do. Yeah, and that's why I said before to hold those diagonals, because yes, you technically maybe lose. Yeah, so he definitely knocks you out. So just doing that slight adjustment will will get rid of him. Okay, you optimally you want to hit this slope, but this slope is cursed. So I always just aim for uh this straight part of the slope. What you did here, that's just too far. That's like, I don't know, what, a full tile too far, which is only 4 frames when you're dashing, but I mean, tiny things add up. Maybe he's only 25%. Maybe it's a frame roll. But yeah, it's too much to not adjust. Yeah, so I don't know how to explain where this dash line is, but it's not there. It's 1 tile to your left. So what I recommend doing in the practice hack um is you go here, push against this cliff, and then run downwards and get your visual cue like that. Like, see where I'm standing versus where you are? It's like a tile to your left. And that's why you have to cut this dash early. That spin is a tried and true Bitey classic. But you can do it a lot lower than that. So you wanna be lower when you release this spin, just so that this dash matters a lot more. Basically, I think the visual cue is to put your feet on this second line right here. From down here? No, okay. Yeah, so basically you wanna put your feet on this second line in the floor, and then that's as low as you can be. You can probably be a few pixels lower actually, but that's a better visual cue than, oh, just go 3/4 of the way up on the brick or the tile or whatever the fuck that is. Just stand on this second line right here, and then this is where you can spin. And then after the spin, you want to dash up and then dash to the left. You see that again? Okay. The only thing here is you nudged off the door a little bit. So you can actually, if you're like, I think a pixel to your left, then you'll enter the door clean, versus here, like you're see how you nudge the door. So one thing you'll learn very quickly about this game is that sprites are a lie. When it comes to hitboxes, they're almost always a lot smaller than the sprite. So essentially, you can dash right here and still be fine, even though it looks like you're gonna hit the BMOS. I expect some bonking here and there. Just I don't know. We'll take this opportunity to put a blanket "don't do that" on every single bonk. Okay, now we don't have to talk about every bonk. You can maximize that dash a little more, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. If you're low on rupees here, this pot is your backup. This has 5 rupees underneath. Okay. So dashing is fast, obviously, but there's a cost to dashing. You have to stand still for 30 frames until you can start moving fast. Sometimes it's better to just do diagonal movement, because it's not worth taking that 30 frames to charge a dash, and this is one of them. So 53, 55, 57, 57, 58. I went a little far there. Now, if you diagonal, 51, 51, 52, 52. So it's just not worth the amount of time that you have to stand still for you to dash in this room. Just want to diagonal as far as you can. Is that true with you going to the far wall? That's a fair question. $402, $403, $402, $403. It looks to be about the same, but I would say holding a diagonal is a lot easier than dashing and having to cancel. Plus, I think you're better off transitioning here and then doing your adjustment on this screen anyway. I don't want to spend too much time optimizing a backup strat, but even if you go to the far wall, it's about the same as dashing, but it's easier. All right. I saw this in another room too. You can dash for longer than you think. Like, you don't have to cancel your dash there. You can actually go probably 2 more frames, and not bonk. But that's just something that will improve with time. I just I feel like I have to point it out at least once. Okay, that just looked like an oopsie. I'm not gonna spend time on it unless you want me to. Okay, so this here is an east-west underworld door, which is known as a bastard door. It's called a bastard door because the spot that it places you is like a tile too far into door state, and it's a pain in the ass. But for bastard doors, you always have to move cardinally out of them until you're fully clear of the door. The reason is if you diagonal in a bastard door, you only move 1 pixel per frame. But if you cardinal, you move the normal 1.5 pixels per frame. So I think you did the cardinal movement. You just did it a little too far. So I just wanted to point that out and say good job for that. How do you recognize it's a bastard door? So if it's an east-west door, so if it's an east-west door, just assume that it's a bastard door. There are, I think, 4 doors that are east-west and are not bastard doors, but they don't matter. If you just treat them like bastard doors, everything's fine. Just to keep things simple, just any east-west door is going to be a bastard door. You dash too far. So, ideally for that room, what you want to do is you want to dash till you're like clear of this first torch, and then you want to cancel and hold the diagonal. So hold the diagonal like that. Now, if you're not already on lamp, you menu here. Menu there, and then you cancel in the right spot so that you can clear that torch. Yeah, the distance is smaller on the inside. And like the lamp reaches so far that you can basically just like light this first one and then turn around and immediately light the second one. And then for the upper ones, I got nothing for you. There's this guy you have to deal with, and then like whatnot. So I basically quickly go left, right, and then I adjust to the Igor. I try to get a diagonal up here, and then light this one from where you are right there. But like I don't know. This torch lighting screen is an art, and I am not an artist. Oh no. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens in Landmo. Okay. You're just a little too slow firing that second arrow. And it's mostly just rhythm. So, believe it or not, what I'm seeing is not completely terrible. Like obviously the fight's a disaster cuz you're missing shots, but if you're hitting those shots, this is an easy 3 or 4 cycle. So, all you really need to do is just adjust those few pixels so that those arrows don't miss. Okay. Try not to do lineups like this. You want to line up on the other side so that if you miss the arrow, it doesn't fly all the way across the room and you don't have to wait for it. But since it's only this one left and you were in position anyway, I think that's a valid spot to break the rule. But if you don't know the rule and why it exists and why you're breaking it, then I would say just follow the rule and make the arrow path as small as possible. Zero feel on when to fire arrows. Okay, so let's watch this. So Lammo holes have 3 stages. Okay, this is the first stage. Then after a few frames, it'll go to the second stage, which is here. And then after a few more frames, it'll go to the third stage, which is here. Okay? When you're doing cleanup, I look at these 2 rocks right here. Okay? They will both shimmy up and down opposite of each other, and you count to 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's when you fire. That's when you fire on cleanup. On your initial approach, let's go back to the front. Yeah, there it is. On your initial approach here, this initial approach is very important. Like you can't have a good Lammo fight without while you whiff this part. Okay. So basically, to fire your first arrow, you want the second Landmo hole to be at stage 2. Like this. Okay, this is when you fire your first arrow. And then there is a cadence to it. So you can only have one arrow in flight at a time, but as soon as it hits something, you can fire another one. So I use the audio cue from the Lambdas saying "ow," which is how I describe the damage audio cue. But anyway, like as soon as you hit with the arrow, then you can fire another one. Okay, and you can even like pre-shoot just as long as you don't hit a certain point in the animation before the arrow hits. So so as soon as that hits, now you can fire another arrow, but you need Link to put his bow away first. So right here is where you should have shot the second arrow, and you'll get used to it because when you do this room, you're always in the same spot. So yeah, you'll get used to the timing. I do recommend when you're starting out and you're not getting like consistent 4 cycles to just focus on one arrow per worm. So one arrow per worm per cycle gives you a clean 4 cycle every time. And it gives you a little bit of leeway to mess up. So, as soon as you get one arrow, just ignore the worm. Let it do its thing. One. Okay, you missed that one, so we're going to try to double shoot him later. Yes. So 2 left, 2 right, 2 down. You'll see some people like try to absolutely pepper arrows in the first cycle. I always just stop after 2 of each. So 2, 2, and then 2, yeah. So yeah, something like that. Now, if you want to try double shots, go for it. Just only in positions that if you miss, it doesn't matter that much. So if they're in this position and you set up down here, then you can try a double shot. Okay, if he's here, you can try a double shot. Because if you miss, it's not gonna go that far, right? Your bow's not gonna be shut down. Now, I will put a disclaimer that I am stealing that strat from other people who have had success with it. I personally have never done that strat, and I actually just find it distracting, and I find myself overthinking the fight. So if it doesn't work for you, then it doesn't work. Same thing with any of the recommendations that I'm making here. Okay, if you can't do something, or if you're just really not getting the hang of it, or you can do it but you straight up don't like it, feel free to just try to find something else or ask in the Discord, hey, I know this is the best strat, but I really don't like it because of X, Y, and Z. Is there an alternate strat I can do? And the answer for like 545 of the 550 rooms in this game is probably yes. Okay, that's as much as I want to go through Landmo. Okay. Um. So you did a slow hop here. Um. And you may know this, and you may not. I didn't know until somebody watched my VOD and pointed it out that I wasn't quick hopping. Um. So if you're against a cliff and you tap the dash button, you'll jump off immediately. If you do it this way, Link will like shuffle his feet for 20 frames until jumping off. But you want to every time you jump off of a cliff, you normally want to quick hop. It's pretty universal for NMG actually. Like it's only when you get into major glitch stuff that sometimes slow hops are better. Because quick hopping actually boosts you forward by a pixel as well. Um, and sometimes that's not good for glitches. But for NMG, you want to be quick hopping whenever you can. Okay, you do know about quick hopping. Good. Okay. This crab is a jerk. I don't know why he just decided to ruin your day like that, but he's an asshole. You were fine here. Maybe. At least I would have tried to continue the dash because continuing the dash will also get rid of this crab. I'm not 100% sure that you're gonna dodge this pickle, but I think you were fine, for the record. Okay, so bush strats are fine. Uh, the only thing is you wanna ditch this bush almost right away. The only reason you pick up this bush is to buffer the diagonal, so that you get a clean diagonal movement from right here, which is what sets up the fake flipper. So you want to pick up the bush, and then as soon as you start moving diagonally, most people just ditch it and just hold the diagonal because you don't need the bush anymore, and you move a lot slower when you're holding the bush. That said, can't believe you're a bush strat degenerate. Sword strats all day. Okay. That's that's the safe way to do this, but counterpoint, that buzz blob down in the fake flipper screen was an asshole, and now his brother just decides to be an asshole too. And you're holding a gun, so well, you're holding a bow and arrow. So I mean, I think this guy has to die. Honestly, you just I think he deserves an arrow to the face. So this is the best dash line because you don't have to walk as far. Now, obviously, the buzz blob is the problem, and that's why you have two extra arrows here. One of them is to get rid of this guy. You'll see people at higher levels. They will menu to the boomerang in the Landmo fight because it's technically a free menu, and I'm not going to get into that right now. But that's specifically why they have the boomerang equipped instead of some other item. If you don't want to do the boom menu, then great. You still have the bow, and you can afford to expend one of your arrows here. Just as long as you're above 9 arrows, you can arrow this guy. This here is the backup for when you don't have arrows, and you may be used to not having arrows here. But recognizing that you can afford to spend an arrow here will save, I don't know, like 30, 45 frames, something like that. Yeah, all pickles must die. That's that's my philosophy in life. Okay, you were maybe a little more scared of that boulder than you had to be, but there was a chance that it just takes a short hop and completely owns you. So I guess it's fine to be a little careful of that. Yeah. So between the Eastern spin speed and that spin speed, I can tell you don't really have a lot of experience moving at spin speed. Uh, so I would practice those two screens because these are the two longest spin speeds, and then also the Usain Bolt guard later on. So you really have to get used to moving around at spin speed because you're bleeding a lot of frames by like going the wrong way. So like here, I think you might have been trying to dodge the boulder, but then you end up all the way out here in Timbuktu. So if you're trying to dodge the boulder, that's fine, but you want to kind of limit it to over here because the boulder's probably not going to go all the way over here from where it is here. Out of that whole screen, yeah, fair enough. Okay, so the the better the better movement for that screen, or for that ladder, I guess, because this screen is what it is. So when you get to the top of this ladder, whenever Link's hat hits the top of this ladder, what you actually want to do is press right to make Link face right, and then you want to upright, and then that will allow you to exit the ladder at spin speed without canceling your spin speed. Okay. Now from here, you just follow the terrain, and then you put on the brakes when you're to the right of the portal. Okay. So that's how you do that. Yeah, slow hopping there is fine. I used to dash off of that for a long time. The better way to do that is to quick hop off, but it's really hard to get. Like I can't even hit that very consistently. I was actually working on it a lot yesterday. So yeah, don't I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's only like a 20 frame difference. But so yes, it's 20 frame difference, and a 20 frame difference is massive, but if you miss it, then you lose a lot more. You lose like a second if you quick hop the wrong way. So just do the slow hop like you're doing there, and it'll be nice and consistent. And then run into Katy Perry and speak Scottish at the screen. But that happens with quick hops too. Okay. So you're taking the outside path here, which is a lot slower. Like think of like a running track, right? The outside lanes, all their finish line is always further back than the inside lanes. That's because the inside is a shorter path. So you want to stay to the inside as much as possible here. So what I do is I will diagonal to this torch and then switch to cardinal and then menu here. Okay. From the menu, you light the torch and then immediately start diagonaling down. And that will... See, I'm not usually on boomerang here, so... I'm not usually on boomerang here, that's why I'm struggling with the menu, but you want to light this and then immediately start diagonaling down, light this, then you want to dash because that guy's probably in the way, and then you either go up first or down first. It doesn't really matter. I like going up first because you have to go downwards to the chest, but time wise it doesn't matter all that much. Okay, but mostly what I was trying to show here is that you want to be on the inside path because it's a lot shorter. I prefer menuing before opening the chest, just because I like the timing better. But ultimately, it's preference. Okay, so this room is a big sticking point, and it's one that people don't really talk about all that often. Mostly they just say, yeah, Beetle Room sucks, and then that's the end of it. But there are semi-easy and more correct ways to do this. So these guys each take 3 sword slashes to kill. Okay, that it's really slow to kill them because even a spin attack like you did here isn't gonna kill them right away. You still have to slash them again. Now, conveniently, there are pits in this room, so if you hit them into a pit, then it's the same as killing them in 1 sword slash. So that's what you want to try to focus on, is hitting them into the pits versus just like killing them outright. Okay? So the correct way to do this is to get onto this dark line in the floor, read this Beetle's RNG, and then in 1 sword swing... Sorry, it's hard to do this not at speed. And then in 1 sword swing like that, you want to knock him into a pit and hit the crystal switch. Now, that's hard. That's really, really difficult to figure out in the middle of a run and to make that happen. So I would not focus on that right now. Just maybe play around with it in practice, but in runs, until you're like making a serious push for sub 90, I would not worry about that at all. Now, here's an alternate strat that my buddy Nio came up with. So they go to the top of the room, knock that guy in, and then that guy follows you. This is only about a second slower than the optimized strat that I showed. And then, yeah, so you always want to use the pot to kill the last one. Okay, no matter what you do here, no matter which strat you do, you always want to use the pot to kill this last one. The reason being, you need this bomb anyway. So you might as well just use it to your advantage. Okay, or if we're going with Nio's strat. Oh, well. So you need that bomb for the bomb jump coming up. So you might as well just use the pot to kill the beetle. Okay. And if you don't want to take this extra movement, but you also don't want to do like the optimized thing, you can just aim to knock that guy in the pit, and you know, sometimes you just get lucky and you'll hit the switch anyway. Or you can hit him into that pit and then just use these pots. Just make sure you hit the switch at some point. And it's not that much slower. Like this is a 10-second room when it's optimized. And even with like the few backup strats that I've showed, or the few alternate strats that I've shown, you're still getting out in about 11.5 seconds. So you're losing a second to optimal, but optimal is really hard. So yeah, that room is important because you can end up losing a lot, like several seconds to stuff that you really can just ignore, honestly. Oh, come on. You have 3 hearts. What do you need to hit the switch for? Okay. So you know where the heart is. You want the heart. Fine. Counterpoint, the reason that you get hit here is because you're going for this heart. If you don't go for this heart, yeah, well, if you don't go for this heart, if you just take the top pot here, you're not going to get hit. See, you're free and clear right here. Now, this is dependent on these 2 Moldorms RNG. Sometimes it makes sense to go to the bottom. Sometimes it makes sense to do the top. But here, the fast strat is Omega open, but you're too worried about getting health. So, so yeah, I don't usually like to shame people for getting extra health or extra resources or whatever, but like I'm just trying to point out that if you had foregone this heart, if you had said, okay, I'm at 3 hearts, I've hit the switch, I'm fine, I can just get him back, then you would have had a much better time here. Also, if you grab the top pot, you want to dash. Or if you grab the bottom pot, if you grab the one with the heart, you want to dash upwards here. If you grab the top pot, it doesn't make sense. It's too short of a distance. Okay, you don't want to hold this pot for that long. At that point, I maybe would have tried to use it for the Kadongo, but yeah, you want to ditch that pot as soon as possible. Okay. So you're not used to bumper skip yet, which is fine. because this saves, I think, 2.5 seconds. So you have some time to set it up till you actually do get used to it. However, I'm going to show an alternate strat that some people think is really good. So what I'm doing here is I'm intentionally taking stair drag, and then just as soon as you're clear of the pit, you dash. All right, so you just hold down right till you're till your shadow is clear of the pit. And this is slower than lining it up like you did, but you're taking a long time to line it up. So I just wanted to show this alternate. And also I'm very opinionated about this. I hate this strat, but a lot of people find it easy, and I am not. I am by no means the extreme expert on Zelda. So just wanted to show that alternate. Maybe it'll be a little bit easier for you. All right, we're gonna inspect this hit by hit, because you're you're sacrificing positioning for safety strats, which is fine at 140 level, but if you're trying to get to 135, 132, stuff like that, you need to start taking some risks. So this is good. Like you didn't dash, which is good. You're getting in position for the rattle, and then you turn and you hit him. Perfect. No notes. Here, you're holding your sword out, which isn't necessarily a good thing. So you hold your sword out so that if you tink off of him, then you won't fall into the pit. I get that part, and then you seem to know about dashes, but you're overusing them a little bit. Okay. I didn't remember about the spin, but yeah, good job identifying that he was vulnerable here, because I would not have caught that, but I would rather see you slash him there than do a spin because you're doing safety strats. But again, it's a 140, so you should expect to see some safety strats at least. So I'm just being a little too harsh. Okay, so Molarm's movements are not purely RNG. Every fit he makes 5 random movements, and then he will charge Link. This is what is called a charge. You may have recognized that, and that's why you set up the dash, but it's just, in my opinion, it's a little better if so I knew that it was going to be a charge here, and if you knew that it was going to be a charge, then what you should have done is try to like bait him, like wait till he starts moving like this, because here he's on a predetermined path. Whether it's short, medium, or long, you don't know, and there's no way to know. But you bait him, and then you swing around underneath him, because that's where the rattle's going to be, because the rattle always follows the head. So you know that the rattle is going to hit this tile at some point, and by the time he gets all stretched out, you can swing underneath and slash him. Okay. So it's good that you know dashing through is generally safe. You're just kind of overusing it a little bit. Like I said, I would rather see you walk and slash for every hit than to do this fancy shit. But the fancy shit is effective, so I'm not saying drop it. I'm mostly just I guess I'm saying you will become better at the fight if you focus on slashing him more and focusing on his movements rather than trying to get dashes off. Now uh uh in the enrage phase, dashing is good. So all bets are off there. But outside of the enrage phase, I like to see you like predicting and following and dodging stuff like that because it just makes you better at fighting this creature. Ooh, okay. So you never want to turn your back on Moldorm, and I know he took a movement that you weren't expecting here, but when he does that, you need to identify that he's behind you now and you need to back up. Oops. Because now he's behind you and now he can hit you. I wouldn't stand on his head after hits. I usually here. Let me just do a Moldorm fight so I can kind of show you what I mean. Cool. I love Zelda. So you don't want to be on his head. You want to be very very close to him so that after you make the hit, then you can see where he's going, and then you can adjust to where his battle's going to be. And then obviously you stand on his head after the last one. Oh wow, he saved like a minute and a half in Hera. That must have been an adventure. This cave is really annoying, honestly. Fell on bomb jump and Moldor. Nice. Yeah, that sounds like a minute and a half. All right. So this cave is really annoying. Uh, basically, you want to dash for all of your movements, and basically you want to change directions whenever the terrain does. So you want to dash up to here, then you want to dash to here, and then you want to dash and then adjust and dash there. So ends up looking something like this. Now, I'm really bad at this cave. I'm bad at this split in general, but yeah, this is where you want to learn roll cancels, and you want to get as close to this wall as you can. Like you can have your sword sticking all the way into the wall before you bonk. So I'm gonna hold up out of here, and that's where I don't bonk. So those are the tiny little optimizations that separate the 123 from the 124 runners, and the 124 from the 125, and every minute barrier and whatnot, is that you just, as you get better, you just optimize your movement more. And you know, I mean, tricks and boss strats and stuff enter into it a little bit, but mostly when you're trying to shave a lot of time off and you're trying to hit that like top 50 or whatever, you really just need to focus on maximizing your movement. Like basic movement will carry you very, very far in this game. So you didn't need those. So these arrows are pretty expensive to pick up. They're, I think, like 2.5 seconds. So this is break glass in case of emergency. Don't main getting those arrows. You have 10 here. You want at least 9. If you're not doing tree rupees though, so you want at least 8. So as long as you have 8 arrows, I would skip this pot. Okay. And then for this cave, you count 5 pits. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So when you're up here dashing, reset the room. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then as soon as you see that 5th pit, that's when you cancel, and then you want to dash out this door. It's funny. I was actually watching a runner, and he would count out loud to know when to cancel, but he was still bonking at the end of it. And I was like, "Hey, wait, why are you counting to 6?" And he's like, "Well, I just dash and count to 6, and then I'm at the end of the cave." And I'm like, "Okay, well, obviously that's not working. How about you count to 5 instead and count the pits?" It's just weird. Some of the stuff that people come up with. Anyway, this is long enough already. We'll just keep going. Yep. Good. Yeah, that's the path you want to take. There's if you're adventurous and you're feeling lucky, uh this path is actually better, but obviously you can see there's a pickle in your way. Sometimes you can shoot that pickle to get him out of the way, sometimes he just dances out of the way. But if you want to be 100% safe and consistent, then yeah, this is the best dash line here, and then you just want to walk this last part. It is technically maybe 1 or 2 frames faster to do a dash somewhere in here, but it's 100,000 times easier to just walk it, and you don't need those 2 frames, I promise. Okay. Looks like you're being a little careful here, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but I mean, I don't know what strats you do in Castle Tower. If you're doing some sort of sword beam strat, honestly, if you're not doing tree rupees, you can afford to take the damage to try to save time here. But let me... Oops. Let me just show you, because I think you did the right thing coming in. Yeah, so you want to nudge off of this bush, and that'll grid you up for this next part. And then you want to go to like so that the middle of this bush is on your hat basically, and then you want to immediately cancel your dash and dash turn down, or just cancel your dash with down and start a new dash, which is what I do. But as long as you nudge off of this bush, you always don't bonk off of it. As long as you nudge off of this bush, you will always have time to get to start a new dash, and this bird will never hit you. So play around with that a little bit because there is a bit of timing involved. You need to get used to like quickly changing your direction and starting a new dash like this, but like waiting for that bird to circle around is slow. Yeah, so that's the other thing that setting up a little bit that like setting up right here will prevent is you won't bonk as long as you're a little bit you're like on the last pixel that bonks here. You just need to be one more pixel to the left and then you would have hit the gap. Okay. I think this little pause is you identifying that you went too far. But yeah, just do the bottom of the bushes here. Okay. So sorry, I should have just done the optimal movement there, but so the secret to pedestal is so if I just dash straight up here, I'm gonna bonk. But if I hold upright during the transition and wait for Link to move 1 pixel, then I just swing around. Okay, all you need is 1 pixel, and you'll swing around. Okay, it seems like you know the movement here. You just way overshot it. But yeah, essentially, the place that you set up the second time this is the correct dash line because you actually want to go a little further right than you think because what you need to do here is this edge or this corner or whatever actually clips you into the stairs a little bit and it saves like I don't know 3 or 4 frames, something like that. But it's 3 or 4 frames that you can get by just like taking a different dash line. So that's like what people mean when they say free time save is just like a very slight adjustment will save you like a nominal amount of time. Yeah, you want to be holding down here. I'm not sure why you stopped there, but it's fine. Yeah, so a lot of these movement errors are just not being familiar with the Lost Woods and whatnot. So I would maybe just revisit uh that whole segment there and just kind of adjust where your visual cues are. Yeah, those pillars are not where you think they are. You have to be pretty far south of them to clear them. Like in relation to, you know, other things. we're not doing fairy skip yet. So one thing to consider is so this is actually the fastest way to do the room, for the record. However, you will never see any speedrunner do this way, because what they actually want to do is kill these guys while dashing so that they don't drop any prizes. Now, if you're not concerned about that, which it seems that you're not, then yeah, just do this way and be on your way, and it's fine. The reason we want to kill these guys with a dash is so that they don't drop anything, because we want to save this prize pack for when we're in Turtle Rock. So just something to consider for later, or like something to play around with in practice, is to figure out how to kill these guys so that they don't drop anything. I think you're getting a little bit lost in the weeds here. Just get out of the room. Don't worry about these guards. They're either going to hit you or they're not. Just don't. You're a little too worried about them. Just, if you get hit, you get hit. Just move on. Yeah, a lot of people will tell you to just ignore this guy and be on your way, but like if he's blocking the path, like that's a valid reason to try to get rid of him. Okay. So you actually entered that room correctly, but not for the reason that you think. So you do want to dash through here, but you want to make the room a little bit easier. So you're killing this guy with a spin, which is a little bit slow, but it's effective, and that's really all that matters. So what you'll see most people do is hold the sword out, poke him, and then slash. Because what that does, it lets us set up a key dash. So key dashes, I guess I can explain. If you are on the grid, so one of the things that you can't necessarily see if you're not looking for it is that this game is built upon a grid of tiles. Okay, every 16 pixels, there's a grid line. When people say on the grid, they mean that you're like flush against one of those grid lines. Now, things like walls, torches, chests, all of those things are on the grid just because that's how the game is built. Now, if you are on the grid and you dash up, left, or right into, or maybe right doesn't work, but at least up and left, if you dash into a key door while you're on the grid, then it will open the key door without interrupting your dash. So how we do that in this room, I'm gonna intentionally get hit here, so because sword beams change things. So how we do that in this room, so we kill him like I mentioned before, but now Now you stand where the key is going to drop, but you make sure that you're lined up against the wall because that ensures that you're going to be on the grid. And then you can. Sorry, that's because I did the thing slowly. So now I can dash through this door, and I'm not going to bonk off of it. Okay, so that's kind of why we do that room the way that we do. Like I said, sword beams changes things because if you have sword beams, then that slash will alert these two other guards, and they like to stand in the way here. But even with beams, this is probably the better way to kill this guy rather than a spin attack, because like if you're trying to do a spin attack, you're just standing here and you're not really advancing your movement at all. But if you just do this slightly slower way of killing him, then you're actually advancing your movement throughout the room, and that's just better. It ends up being faster in the long run. Okay. Yeah, chasing them with arrows is fine here. I did that for a really long time, but that is really a fun room, especially if you have beams. So maybe play around with that in practice, but there's no reason to change what you're doing there. If you can afford the arrow, it's better to shoot that guy than to just stand there and slash him. So probably slash shoot slash would have been actually, if it's 3 slashes versus 2 slashes and an arrow, I don't think it matters all that much. So whatever. Oh boy, what is this? Okay. Huh. I've never seen that before. So okay, so what you did here is you went in backwards because you want to tink the door because you want to intentionally get him up here and get rid of him. Okay. That's kind of clever actually. I kind of like that. I mean, it's not fast for sure, but it's effective. I bet it's pretty consistent. I mean, it's probably not much slower than the left right RNG. You're just doing it every time. Yeah, that's really cool. I want to watch that again. Yeah, no, it gets rid of that guard really easily, so yeah, that's cool. Okay, I don't think we need to watch Bastard Wizard. Just hit him toward the center of the room. Blah blah blah. Or you've heard that a million fucking times. All right, so 2 things here. So the movement for the pyramid. My bad. The movement for the pyramid, I think you started the right way. Yeah, so you started the right way, and then you dropped it. So you want to when you dash off of here, you can dash down those stairs because dashing downstairs and walking downstairs is the same speed. Technically, it is faster to wiggle back and forth while you're going down the stairs because they're long stairs and it's not pumping, it's diagonal movement. But anyway, so that's you actually want to have your sword out here, so that's why we dash down. So you can see in my inputs, I'm holding the B button because I want to keep my sword out, and I will keep my sword out after I land. Okay. And then you want to quick hop off of there, and then you use this opportunity to spin speed. I know you know how to spin speed because I've seen you do it. So dash down here, hold B the whole time, quick hop off of here, spin speed. I missed it, but spin speed. And then these guys should never get in your way, but you can micro adjust if you feel like you need to. And then you want to exit. You want to go all the way down here when you exit because you want to take advantage of spin speed for as long as you have it. Four blue balls. Your splits say 1 or 2. Or no, 134. That's one with bad ports because 126 for 0, 132 for 1. And then it would be 138 for 2. So yeah, this looks like one blue ball. Yeah, that's why you have the splits here to remind you of stuff like that. But yeah, and then there was another thing that I saw that I didn't like here. Oh. So, whoa, what happened there? Okay. So, grass. Grass is weird. When you move through it, the game acts like you're in water. So, it's what 0.8 pixels per frame when you're walking and 3 pixels per frame when you're dashing. However, sometimes you dash through, but you're still dashing in grass. But sometimes you dash through and you're dashing on land. Okay? It really matters what pixel you're on when you dash through grass. So always make sure that you're in this range. So you see the dark parts of this. Gotta be kidding me. So you see the dark parts of this tile. This is the do not dash. You do not want to dash on these pixels. You want to dash on the light part so that you dash through the grass instead of cutting the grass but still walking through it. So you always kind of want to be centered on grass tiles. Yes, it's the exact same reason that you do that in the Ice Palace split. I probably shouldn't have dashed downwards there, but you'll get rid of that when you start spin speeding on that screen. Yeah, good movement there. A lot of people like to. I see a lot of people try to game the system and try all sorts of dashes there. Uh, I know I sure did before Flip uh, said, "Are you fucking kidding me? What are you doing?" Yeah, you just want to walk that out. It's not like okay. So I just want to point out one thing here. Um, So yeah, you want to cancel Stair Drag and you want to start that diagonal a little bit sooner. But this is another one of those rooms that look. It's what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, it's 7 tiles from here to here. So a lot of people want to dash, but that's not actually the fastest way to go through the room. The fastest is to just do a diagonal down to about 3 tiles away from the pot and then just walk because it's only 3 tiles. Um, so this is another instance of what I was showing before back in desert is sometimes it's just better to diagonal and walk, and this is another one of those times. Okay, I'm not going to go over that room because you did it fine. So you got pretty good RNG though. So I if you don't know how to deal with bad RNG, I would definitely watch FMG or just get someone to show it to you. I mean, we're already over 2 hours at this point, so if something doesn't go wrong in a room, I'm not gonna go over it. But if you want me to go over it, just don't hesitate to ask. Just like DM me or ping me in the Discord or something. Um, yeah. So the bombable floor. So technically you want to lay the bomb as early as possible, and that's not the right thing. So this is optimally where you would lay the bomb, but if you wanna dodge this fireball first, that's fine. Um, so what you'll see a lot of people do is just lay the bomb somewhere on one of these 2 tiles, pick it up, and then like walk up to like right there. So if you chuck a bomb from right here, it will barely hit this floor. And the lineup that you use is you look at Link's shoes, and they're even with this like pipe thing. So that's the way to do it optimally. But again, what you're doing is effective, and it's going to be 100% consistent. So it's not something that you like desperately need to change. All right, let's see this hammer jump. Okay, so yeah, this fairy dropping right here is why I said to try to dash the sword guards in Castle Tower, because you don't want that fairy dropping there. It causes a little bit of lag. Um, it doesn't really matter if you collect the fairy because it's not a slot 0 enemy, so it's just annoying to have an extra sprite on the screen. I'm guessing that's a low amount of menus for you because it seems like you were lining that up for a while and maybe surprised yourself that you got it so quickly. So good job, I guess. Fairly high amount of menus. Okay. I didn't think that was more than 4 or 5, but I don't really want to rewind to go count that. Yeah, you'll just get faster at that the more you do it, and yeah. So you did it a little bit here, but you want to be wiggling back and forth, slightly slowly. So you did do it a little bit right here and there, but you want to keep doing the slow wiggles until the door opens. The reason is when you push a statue, um, it introduces dead movement frames. So there are, I believe, 2 out of 8 frames in the cycle are going to be 0 pixel movement. What wiggling back and forth does is it will ensure that you're always moving 1 pixel every frame. Oh, don't let him get that close. You can hammer him from a million miles away. Okay, you hammered a little early on the initial thing, and that's why you didn't get to that guy in time. But it seems like you have a good grasp on that room, so I'm not going to go over it. Okay, yeah. So your decision making is really good so far. Like here you whiff a couple of hammers, but then you just kind of stay in place and keep taking care of business. So yeah, that was the right thing to do. Also, if you're not super familiar with fireball patterns, then yeah, it's better to just wait it out. But I will say, he always shoots 3 fireballs, and it's always random which one goes first. So that one is random. But now we know what pattern they're going to explode in. So that one exploded first, and it's going to go anti-clockwise. Always goes anti-clockwise. Sorry, always goes clockwise. My bad. But yeah, if the right one explodes first, then it'll go left and then top. If the top one explodes first, then the right one is next. If the left one explodes first, then the top one is next. It's always like that. So you can use that information to get yourself in better position. And these fireballs always go in diagonals. So yeah, just use that information to position yourself better so that you can both dodge the fireballs and keep getting hits on the boss. But again, if you're not super comfortable with it, there's worse things you can do than just wait it out. Okay, lovely. It was a bit slow, but you did get a fireball cycle. Oh, nice gold. Yeah, you want to dash through that guy. There's a chance that he can knock you out of your dash, but it's very small. So you just want to dash through that guy mostly. I hate this portion of this screen with a burning passion because there are holes in the hedge where you can see Link, but I'm colorblind, so I can't see him, and I hate it. But yeah, if you're not familiar with how the path through the hedge works, then yeah, it's better to just walk out of it. I would look into the path through, especially if you can see where Link is when he's in that portion, because it's a lot faster to dash through. Okay, that's gonna get you killed. This shit's gonna get you killed. Okay, so we're just gonna do this whole screen. All right, so you dash here, walk up, dash here to get rid, mostly to get rid of this guy. This short dash is, I mean, I guess it's 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess it's technically 4 tiles, but you don't do this to save time. You do it to get rid of the Ropa. Diagonal through here. You did this part right. Dash to here, and then if you know how to dash that, then it's a lot faster. Dash here, adjust down, dash here, dash down. Now this is where you're doing this dangerous shit. So what you want to do is you want to nudge off of this tree. Okay? So what we want to do, we want to figure out what pixel we can miss the tree on, which is this one. And then you want to walk up here and you want to come up with a visual cue here to see when it's safe to dash. Okay? Obviously, we just went through, I can't see Link. I can't see where Link is right now, even though you're supposed to be able to. So I use the movement of the camera. So what I do is I wait. I'm entering the maze, holding down right the whole time, and then the second time that the camera moves right, that's when I dash. Okay? And then you want to stop this dash somewhere on this shadow. Doesn't really matter where. Where I am is optimal because then you'll get a clean dash to the left. But if you want to cancel a little lower, then that's fine. You have like a 6 or 7 frame window of where you can cancel that dash, and you'll still dodge the murder dactyl. Now, why do you do that? Because if you do it correctly, the murder dactyl will always miss you. Yeah, so this step to the right does the same thing, but you're moving away from your goal. No, I get what you're saying here, but you're moving away from your goal. Your goal is down left, and you're moving away from it. So this makes sure that you keep going towards your goal while also 100% dodging this bird. Okay. You can actually start that dash a lot higher, but it is 100% safer to just take a few steps down first. You're a little bit too low there. Your safe dash line is between these two, whatever these are, dirt clods or whatever. So You just dash down, and then when you're between these two, you just dash over. Yeah, that bonk just cost you a whole lot more time than just a regular bonk. Bonking there is really, really bad. You hit the quick warp there. Okay. Well, you were close to the quick warp there, but I'm not going to go through the quick warp stuff. All I'm going to say about this screen is that normally runners will set their portal further to the left and then dig to the right. Mostly so that the portal's out of the way and you just get a clean walk over to this tree before you dash down. Where you'll see people put the portal on the right like that is if they're running Hundo. Because in Hundo, you're going back to the Dark World and you want to shovel the flute into your warp so that you warp back right away and you skip the cutscene. In any percent NMG, we're staying in the light world and it's faster to not warp back. So we just wait out the cutscene and go. Okay, that's weird. Okay, that's why. So you nudging off of this wall, is why you got hit. But let me teach you about flower power. See this flower right here? Turns out, Usain Bolt really doesn't like the smell of flowers. So as long as you rub your boots on that flower, he'll stay away from you. So go over the flower. And what that actually does is it baits him further down. What this actually does is it loads him onto the screen faster, and it baits him to go further down so that he gives you the window that you need here. Okay? So just make sure you either step on that flower or you can go to the inside of it too. That works too. So either go across it or you can go here. This is just kind of annoying if you go on the inside. Your dash line for here is right alongside this hedge right here. By and large, following the terrain is I don't want to say that because it's not necessarily true. There are a lot of instances where your safe dash line is just following the terrain, and this is one of them. Yeah, just mash the hell out of those buttons. Doesn't matter how many times you play the flute. Oh. Oh, we're doing Blink 182. Okay, I got it. Yeah, that boulder was hard. That's essentially like the only thing you could really do. It just took a really stupid path. Yeah. So if you don't want to pump for movement, that's fine. But if you, I would definitely pump on this ladder because it is incredibly faster. And all you really need to do is press left, right, or both when you're on this ladder. Just mash left, mash right, or mash both alternately. Um, but yeah, it's an incredible amount fast. It's like over a second faster to pump this staircase in particular because it's so long. Okay, so one question: Why did you tap the boots intentionally there so that you have to dash the rest of this? Do you just not like doing this at spin speed? Yes. Okay. It looked intentional, but I had to ask. Okay, that's fine then. For what it's worth, 15 out of 16 times you're absolutely fine to just full send the spin speed there, but the Tektites can get in the way sometimes. That menu's not good. Classic 6-move menu. Yeah, okay. At least you recognize it, and hopefully it's just like a one-off or a once-in-a-while thing. All right. What you're doing here is fine. The only thing is this dash line is technically faster. A lot of people will menu to bombs right here to check that this path is clear. And then if it's not, you just go up. Whenever you flute, you can just mash the buttons as many times as you want. And there is a small chance that some of them don't take on the first try, so that's why you mash. Okay, so this is actually a really good strat for that screen. I think first saw Requiem's Spirit do it, but it might be a Bitey strat. I don't remember. I don't remember if it's a Wreck or a Bitey strat. But yeah, basically you go above the sign, dash up, and then you just dash up like this. I think maybe you were trying to do this and just like lost confidence or something and just bailed out of it. But yeah, this is a really good beginner strat. It's not the fastest one, but it's effective. Like for the fastest strat, you have to be really clean and deliberate with your movement to make this happen. Didn't know you could go left? Well, now you know. Just as long as your movement's clean here, this guy should never be a problem. if he is a problem, if you're a little bit slow, you can take this time to menu to hammer and just hammer him, as long as you're not going to get owned by that guy. Don't dash there, just walk. So this path is long enough that a dash can save time, but if you exit into the mosaic transition with your sword out, you're gonna lose all the time you saved in lag frames, which just means now you're doing a harder strat for no benefit. So I would just walk this, unless you really want to like try to optimize your dash canceling there. So this, so you have to menu to hammer at some point, right? You'll see a lot of people menu right here to stop Link so that he stays on this path right here, because this path is safe. And so you menu to hammer and then you just go down from here. So you end up adjusting a little bit, which you didn't need to, but I mean, you probably know that. But yeah, I guess that menu serves the same purpose, but I still think it's just better to do it up in the forest rather than. Yeah, so I've seen this a few times now that like if you mess up a screen, you're gonna stand around and you're gonna kill everything on the screen before exiting it. So I know this is Zelda and like the name of the game is kill shit, but killing shit is slow. So you want to prioritize when you mess up a screen, you want to prioritize getting off of the screen over anything else. If you have to take damage to do it, then do it. You have a fairy in a bottle, you can afford the 2 hearts. Uh, so in this room, dashing I think is technically optimal, but only by 1 frame. So I just walk up and dash right. It's just an easier strat that's very nominally slower. Okay, what happened here? Okay, grab the wall. Yeah, so for this room, overshooting is really bad. Undershooting is actually good. So the reason that undershooting is fine is that in this room here, you want to use the movement of the camera because you can't see Link, so you want to be holding diagonal down right, and then you want to use the movement of the camera to tell you when Link is moving, and then that's when you can dash. Okay, so don't overshoot this because overshooting it is really bad, and that's why you got bunny beamed. Okay, that's fine. So technically, this is a 6-tiled dash. And if you do this dash, there are some lag reduction strats that you have to do. However, if you just walk it like you do, then you don't have to do the lag reduction. So I'm not going to go into it. Very easy fix to the screen. This one. All right. Nudge off of the block, or dash so that you're going to nudge off of the block. And then you'll kill this guy, and you'll always dodge the fire snake. Do this every time. All right, I may have gotten my powder out there to try to hit the anti-fairy on the way up, because you don't want to use your fairy at this point, but it's fine if you end up doing it. So, and you can always get it on the way back too. So there is a strat that's 100% effective for this room, but it's very in depth and complicated. I would recommend checking out FMG if you want to learn the finer points of that room, because we're already going a little bit long here. Okay, easy strat for this room too. So a lot of people just wait this out. So yeah, a lot of people will just use the visual cue, and they'll just wait this out. I don't like this strat just because it relies on human error a little too much. So what I do, tap boots, go. This is a Bitey special. Tap, go. Yeah, you shouldn't get hit there, but sometimes grasshoppers have other opinions. So Fox always says not to tell people to optimize their ammo route, and I see why. I just this bomb costs a lot of time, and you already have enough bombs, so you can skip it. This bomb costs, like, I think it's like 2 seconds and a handful of frames to get. It's a really expensive bomb, and you should only get it if you need it. But if you don't want to think about stuff like that, that's then fair. You can just grab it. Oh, rip arrows. Oh, I would have gotten those 100%. Yep. So you okay. Yeah, then just get it. I like that we're blaming Nash though. Yeah, so the reason that this doesn't work is this game is made up of a bunch of things called super tiles. So super tiles are just like, think of one big tile that has like several rooms on it. So this room, this room, or sorry, the block room, this room, and this room are all on the same super tile. So if we did not need to go and get the mitts, and if you've watched Rando, you'll see this. But if we did not have to go and get the mitts, then this block wouldn't be back where it is. So if you like if you were to just go up from here, that block would not be in place, and then that would make that path the better one. However, we do need the mitts. So now we exited the super tile, that respawns that block right there. So now it's faster to just go up the conveyor. So yeah, this guy's an asshole, that guy's an asshole. This is one of my favorite videos. But yeah, most of the time you won't have to deal with these guys. But it is pretty significantly faster to not have to pick up that block again. I think it's like a 2-second animation for you to pick up big blocks like that. This is a dash. This dash does save time, but you need to nudge upwards first. I don't remember why. Good start. Okay. I mean, you got the first 6 hits in, so I won't complain about anything beyond that. As long as you get those first 6 hits in, that's the important part. Yeah, if you get 6 hits in, then you can usually finish out the fight. All right, that's the halfway mark of the run, ish. I'm gonna go get some more water, and then we will continue in a second. Okay. Moving on. Worst room in the game. Okay. So I see a lot of especially newer runners, just like pick up and throw bombs, just because that's what they see other people do, basically. The reason why we pick up and throw bombs at things versus like just placing bombs like you probably did casually is so we can place bombs earlier so that the fuse is ticking down whenever we're putting the bomb into place. So all that to say, you want to place this bomb a lot higher and you want to carry it down. This is the correct way to do it. If you don't want to deal with that, the alternate is to dash all the way down to here and then wait till it flashes and do that. Okay. Some people don't like throwing the bomb through the house, so this is a little slower, but you don't have to throw a bomb blindly. The way you did it was just, it was really long. Wow, I'm surprised Nash doesn't make you top rock. Yeah, this is all pretty routine. Nothing wrong with this. Probably want to spin speed off that ladder instead of doing um the dash like that, but it's fine. Arming spin speed and charging a dash take the same amount of time. It's just you're already coming off manual stairs, so you get that little extra bit of dash speed. Don't dash there. Oops. 1 tile, 2 tile, 3 tile. I guess technically a 4th tile, but this dash doesn't save very much time. So just walk and get in position, dash up. Oop. Yeah, I need to be a little further right there. Okay. So this is a big problem room. You got pretty favorable RNG. You got the double long walk. It's almost as good as stuck mummy. But yeah. Um this is a big sticking point room for a lot of people. So if you don't have a plan for the bad RNG, I would definitely get one. Um Menuing to boomerang and boomeranging the mummies to stun them is not the worst thing that you can do by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so as long as you have a plan for bad RNG, I'm not going to go too far into that room. Okay, so your setup here, and this happened in Hera too. Your setup is not actually getting you to the edge of the pit, but you're bonking, which is offsetting it. Okay. So menuing to mirror is not the fastest way to get out of here. It looks like it is, and if you didn't have to take the downtime for the menu, then it would be. Can't do the wiggle thing. Okay, that's fine. Again, the bonking makes up for it, so you don't have to. Anyway, mirroring, if you don't have to wait for the downtime of the menu, mirroring is the fastest way out of that room. However, you've got this ropa to deal with. So by falling down the hole, that will put you at the door, almost like you used the mirror. And then you can get out. However, the difference between mirroring and falling down the hole is I have iframes. See? So I can just walk through this guy. So fall down the hole, hold down, and then I can just walk through this guy and he's not going to hit me. Look how long I had iframes. It was almost up to here. So yeah, just fall down the hole. No need to deal with mirroring. That right there is exactly why I refused to ever get a bottle. All right, just small thing. So this is another one of those rooms that it's better to diagonal out of it than to dash. Now, that said, if you mess up this room at all, if you don't do this room exactly like this, then that hand becomes a problem. So in that case, if you, like, oops, I cut my dash early or something, that's when you dash. Or, I don't know, for some reason you're just walking. That's when you dash. Get out of here. But only if the hand and the beetle are going to be in the way. Otherwise, just diagonal from the spike straight to the door. All right. Unfortunate fire snake thing, but I guess I'll just mention you can you get a free key dash there by just dashing normally. So you can just dash through that whole room as long as the fire snake's not an asshole. Okay. Outer costs a lot there, and you actually just don't want sword beams for this room or for Moth, so I may have just let that go. Okay, so you probably just normally use fire rod strats for that room, but it's probably good to know the actual strat. So you can actually hit enemies into spikes, and spikes will do gold sword level of damage to enemies. So that means this mummy, which normally dies in 4 sword swings, you can get him down in 2. So basically, you just hold left until you're fully clear of the door, dash up, //, Get out of the way. Some people will line this up by menuing to the mirror. I don't. So I like the option of using the fire rod in the moth fight, even though I don't use it quite as much as I used to. Yeah, and if you have sword beams in that room, it'll beam the mummy and it will knock him backwards instead of at an like straight backwards instead of at an angle. And you want your sword to hit him. So that's why I said you don't want beams for that room. And then obviously you don't want beams for Moth because they don't damage her as much as your sword does. Okay, good start there. Very nice fight. I don't see a lot of 140 runners putting up a 2 spike, so, and that could have been a 0 spike. So that was really, really good. The only thing is for this initial dash, you want to hold it a little longer. Even if you end up bonking off of here, all it really costs you is lag frames. It's not going to hurt your positioning or like make you take damage or whatever. Just make sure you're holding that dash a little bit longer because you can actually get 2 pokes off. And then yeah, just always be ready for the crystal. You never want it to bounce. Those things are expensive. Don't let them hit the floor. Oh, okay. No, I can't blame you for that. I always, yeah, you wanna menu around the bottle here. You wanna go up, left, left instead of just left. Like the general rule is to repeat directions when you can because it's just easier. But yeah, this is really slow to get past this. I don't have your sound on, but I assume you did the flute toot there. Yeah, see there you did the grass dash, right? Okay. I don't know if what you do is any slower than what I do. Probably okay. Yeah, it is a little bit slower. So yes, I'll show you what I do here. So it looks like you're trying to do something similar to what I do. So it's actually better for you to just readjust up to the top here, because then you hit the slope and you don't have to cut your dash here. So just adjust to the top, you get a longer dash line, and then you just adjust to this grass patch and dash up. So like this. You don't actually have to nudge up here. It looks like this guy is going to hit you, but he never does. See? And then, yeah, if you want to Louis dash, then just do that. Louis Dash, I believe, loses 40 frames to the lottery dash, but it's 100% safe, whereas the lottery is 1 out of 16 that you just get owned. Put your sword away. So when you go through a mosaic transition, if you have your sword out, it takes the game extra time to draw that sprite on the next screen. So just put your sword away right before you go through any mosaic transition. Yeah, good call stopping there. I'm not 100% sure that you would have dodged that fireball. I think you were fine, but I'm not. Again, I'm not 100%. So if you're not sure, then just let it go. The bottom crop on your game feed is a little bit off. Just by the way, it doesn't matter all that much, but you want to make those slashes closer to each other. And if that guy's in the way, you want to fire rod him. You can afford one more fire rod shot, so that's the time to use it. The reason is when you sword beam him like that. See, when you sword beam him like that, this door opens and you have to wait for it to open. But if you fire rod him, then he spends 2 seconds burning to death. So then you can just get out of the room in those 2 seconds. Spawning this gel actually introduces a little bit of lag in the room, so just you'll see some people just like stair cancel and then go down so that this guy doesn't spawn. It's not a lot. I think it's like 3 frames. These guys die to a spin, so what you want to do is you're entering with your sword out, just spin them, just get out. Oh, it was meant to be a spin. You just maybe released it early. Okay. Yeah, you wanna stand a little further away from him so that you hit him with the sword beam. Like the all of those berries, you want to hit them with sword beams. You don't want to hit them with your actual sword for that reason exactly. Okay, it's a little slow, but you got it. All right, let's see this bomb jump. Okay. Yeah. Good. Okay. I see a lot of people that would have like just YOLO'd that. But like it seems like you know your limits, which is a very healthy thing to have for speedrunning. Like prioritize doing the trick versus doing it fast, for sure. Yeah, sword beams suck for this room, but oh, just take the damage there. You don't want to wait for that. You don't want sword beams for this dungeon anyway, except beyond the second room. Oh. Yep. So yeah, this is a thing that happens sometimes. So you're trying to do the fast strat in this room, which I will advise against. And this is the exact reason. Um unless you like super duper know how to do this strat, I would just take the full tile walk upwards, push it down, and get out of the room. Okay, so if you want to keep doing this strat, that's fine, you can keep it. But if you think that this is going to soft lock again like that, you just have to hold down through the whole animation. If you hold down through the whole animation, you will trip the door, and then the door will close, but then it will check to see if you're standing on the switch, and then it will recognize that the block is on the switch, and it will open the door again. If you're not holding down, then that's when you get soft locked like that. Yeah, you got to reset the whole super tile for that. All right, let's see. Cold stare. You just said you don't know how to fight him, and we'll go through some options. I mean, you you did the exact right thing. You just didn't do it fast enough. So literally, do not know how to fight cold stare is a vast understatement of your abilities. So, sword spins lag this room a lot, even when there are only two eyeballs. It's better to just chase them down and slash them. Yeah, just keep practicing, cause look, I was expecting a lot more flailing, cause yeah, you're knocking him into perfect one poke position. You just went up too high here. You need to be maybe 3 pixels lower than that, and then you just need to get the poke off quicker. Or I think I'm wrong actually. Okay, so you get the poke off. You just didn't hold the dash button long enough, so um so it dropped your sword, which is fine. Like sometimes that happens, but you need to get on these slashes quicker because you could have gotten like 3 slashes in here, which it looks like you tried, but maybe missed the right input. But yeah, so swordsmans do double damage, but they also lag this screen a lot. So I would probably try not to do that. Just try to do more slashes. But yeah, all you need is consistency practice for that. Like I was expecting it to be a lot worse. Yeah, I would sword beam that guy just so he doesn't get in the way. Just as you're approaching the portal, just slash your sword and beam him. The beam will go over the rock. And you wanna enter that portal from the left, by the way. Oh, you were on the quick warp and you moved off of it. I was laughing because you like literally you're this is a quick warp. This is fine though. You can keep this. The only reason to not do something like this is if you're trying to save time with quick warps. Do that again. Okay, that's fine. Um, so okay, so this only worked because you paused for a little bit on the lever. As you do this a little bit faster, this anti-fairy is going to become a problem. So if I try to do this, the anti-fairy gets in my way. So what I think you should do, even if you don't need to right now, is to use that dash line instead. Okay. The reason is eventually you will get good enough that anti-fairy is going to become a problem. So I would just switch to that dash line. Yeah, swimming is difficult, and I don't remember what I do for that room actually. So sorry. FMG probably has some suggestions for you. I've got nothing. I just use muscle memory, and it just works. It's been too long since I learned that room. I'm glad you didn't grab the pipe there. I see too many people like sacrificing 4 tiles of movement just so they can be like, oh, I had a lagless room. Yeah, well, I mean, you just lost it in movement, so it didn't save time. Grabbing the wall is optimal for a task, but I would hesitate to say that it's optimal for a human. There are some people that are really, really good at it and can save time with it. You can start your dash a little earlier. The reason that we hammer the pot instead of picking up and throwing it is so that we can start dashing while the key is falling. Like, so the key is uncollectible until it reaches a certain point in its animation. And the reason we charge a dash to get out of the room is so that we can burn those frames while also charging a dash, so that makes those frames like free. So it essentially reduces the amount of time that it takes to charge and release a dash. Okay, I guess that's a decent call. At least you know where those hearts are. And you probably want to keep your fairy at this point, at least through Mire. I would say they're worth it if you don't. If you didn't have the fairy, I would say they're worth it. But yeah, you had the you still have the fairy. At least I don't think you used it. Oh, okay, nice. Just do that, but faster. You're probably the first 140 runner that I've ever seen do that room correctly. I see a lot of sub 90s that still don't do that hook shot room correctly, including my own. I didn't start doing that till like well past 128. That dash only saves like 1 frame. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay. I would try to get in his face a little more, just to reduce the amount of time that you have to spend with your hook shot out. So I would close the distance like maybe halfway. So to walk up to like here and then start hook shotting and then just back up as he charges toward you. Because the hook shot moves at 4 pixels per frame, but like you still have to stand there with the hook shot out and wait for it. So reducing that distance is gonna let you go faster. Yeah, other than that, that's a pretty good fight. Oh yeah, the game also lags when all the puffs are on the screen and you're hook shotting. So just try to reduce that a little bit by cutting the distance. Yeah, you want to make sure that your flute is like right away. And this is why, because this guy can post up here and then he can shoot you, and then you have a bad time in Mire 2. But as long as you're fluting relatively quickly, it should be fine. I don't know if you go for spooky or not, but your spooky variable is fine. You don't need to go underneath the rock, just people find it easier. Yeah, spooky saves a big chunk of time. It's like 20 something sec, or maybe it's only 18 seconds. I don't remember, but it's a lot. It's a lot. It's like one of the most effective, one of the most time efficient things that you can learn, other than like, I don't know, IPVJ or something like that. So you probably know what I'm gonna say. So I won't say it. I will show instead. Mire 2 is actually one of the most fun rooms, in my opinion. However, you got hit by the bird, so that's fine. You can pretend that I also got hit by the bird. So you're probably used to having sword beams in this room, in which case you can just sword beam this guy. The way to do this on low health is that you just replace the sword beams with fire rod shots. Okay. So fire rod, dash, dash, slash, fire rod, clean up. Yeah, you should use your fire rod like they're sword beams, except sword beams are bigger than the fire rod. Powdering. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly right. This is another instance of you taking time to heal when I'm not 100% sure that you needed it, but that's your call. I can't tell you whether you need to heal there or not. Yeah, so you actually want to start the dash from up here. You do want to take the step up like you did, but you want to start the dash from up here because you get the extra tile of dash speed. Alternatively, if you don't want to take the step up, you can slash and dash. Oh, don't slash him downwards. Sometimes you can't help it, and in that situation, you're just trying to kill him. But try to get to his right and slash him left as much as possible. Okay. Uh, so you're probably just trying to copy what you've seen people do, which is fine. Like that's a completely valid way to go through things. But the reason that most people take this path is to do what we call a spark gamble. Okay. Going down here just to reverse course 2 tiles and take that path, it's not very fast. If you don't want to do the spark gamble, it's better to just go over to this line. So you diagonal over to here until you hit this blue tile and then dash downwards. And then you'll skip that spark and you'll do this. And then you menu to hook shot somewhere in there. Yeah. Essentially, that's what it is. Backtracking is slow. Yeah, and it's completely valid to not want to do Spark Gamble because I mean it is a gamble. It costs a heart, which isn't great. I may have kept the powder in the pocket until right before Vitreous. So you were only 5 down, so you were at what 7 hearts. So you can take a fair few hits before you have to hit the panic button. Plus, there's anti fairies in the spooky 2 room. Now, when I say you probably didn't need to heal there, you're probably just doing it because you're 2 minutes ahead of your PB, and that's fine. That means it won't happen regularly in runs. Okay, so if you're not doing spooky, let me just show you a cool swag thing. It's not swag; it is actually speed tech, but so I don't know how good you are at item dashing, but if you're not doing spooky, you want to place a Samaria block right here. See where the square of the pipe is? Like you want to have some of the pipe showing up to this first like rib or whatever the hell that is. So you want to place a Samaria block right here. Then once you're even with the Samaria block, Samaria dash up. Okay, we get to see it again. I need to be better at making save states. So, okay, dodge the spike. Samaria block right there. Once you're even with the Samaria block, Samaria dash up, and then you'll spawn the switch. You can do the cane dash? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's how we do it in RMG because the spooky variable is fucked up and we have to do spooky a different way. But yeah, that's how you do that. Yeah, you'll throw a lot better paces than this. I mean, I see 2 splits where you're plus 38 on gold already, so you were probably on gold pace in ice before the disaster happened.
Okay. Um, are you trying to do the fast strat from Strat Hub? Trying to do what Nash taught you. Okay. Um, he probably taught you WQVD, which I will refresh. All right, so you set up correctly, except you wanna release this first spin to only hit these four eyes on the left. Those four red, orange, whatever eyes right there. Those are the only ones that you want to hit with your first spin. See, you got like all up in his business. You went all the way in there, which is technically the fastest strat, but then you die. So the reason that the strat hub thing works is because the guy that did it cheated a little bit and gave himself 8 hearts. But anyway, yeah. So for this strat, you want to focus on the ones on the left first, and then you want to focus on dealing as much damage as possible. Okay. So technically you should be dashing here. I think I know the reason why you aren't though, and you're trying to make sure that the dead rocks aren't going to get in the way, which is completely fair and valid, and I think more people, especially at this level, should do that instead of trying to try hard through the room. Oh no. Yeah, so the correct you were fine up until you weren't. The correct thing to do here was stun that dead rock, wait out this guy, and then you needed to go. You needed to take this line when he gave it to you. If he was probably going to turn around and block you like that. Whoa. Yeah, he was probably going to turn around and block you, but then you can either hook shot or sword him to get him out of the way. Yeah, I realized that like halfway through the sentence, so um so just look for the opportunities when they're given to you. Just walk that. That's not enough to warrant dashing. Yeah, that's about the point that I take the ferry there too. If I'm 4 hearts down, then I take the ferry because that means that the ferry inside the dungeon isn't gonna heal me to full. Um, you mostly don't see people menu during that cutscene. Um, trying to think of why you wouldn't. I mean, you need a menu at some point, and extending the cutscene by a second versus like taking the second when you jump off the thing shouldn't matter.
So unless someone else is like lurking and knows the reason to not menu there, then I can't think of a reason. Yeah, like my first instinct says that's bad, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's just different. You should have gotten that on the way out. Oh, you're probably mirroring actually. Yeah, you should definitely mirror here. So FMG says not to do this, and for a decent reason, but you're not normally at full health here. So, I mean, essentially, the reason that we don't pre-slash through this door is because this room is very tall, and we don't want to have to walk the whole thing with the sword out, right? So essentially we cut the room in half. We walk this part and then slash the sword once we read the pokey RNG. Um, but because specifically you have sword beams, you don't want to beam the pokey, so pre-slashing there is actually the right thing to do. Okay. So you are doing the correct motions, just maybe work on doing them a little quicker. And once you hear this block start to be pushed, there's like an audio thing that plays. You want to make sure that you're standing on these flaps so that you get iframes and you don't need to take this hit. But you're doing the right thing, just a little slower than. And speed will help your consistency there because the chain chomps are on. I'll call it a counter because it's not actually a timer. It's like it. So chain chomps are a lot like Moldorm in that they do 5 movements and then they aggro. So but those movements can be short, medium, or long. So there can be like a difference of I think up to 1.5 seconds of when they charge you. So so speed will help with your consistency in that room because if you get early aggro, then then you will already be further into the room. Whereas if you do it a little bit slower and you get the early aggro, he might knock you out of your rhythm, and that's bad. Oh, the dreaded down left. Okay, I'm not that's too advanced for this review, but there is a really fun way to do that. If you get bunnied, you can save a little bit of time by tapping your boots as you poof back to Link. Fire rod. Okay. Well, that's good. Yeah, fire rod strats aren't terrible. They're slow, but they're they're very consistent. Yep. Just need to get a little bit closer to him. You did the right thing. Yeah, that was correct for this for that RNG. Left then right. Yep. All right, we did it. Okay, you know what to do. I don't. I don't need to go through that. So speed is important in this room, especially because this roller can block your things. Yes. That's all I can really tell you is you're doing the correct steps. You just need to do it faster. Um, and no matter what speed you do it, though, you need to make absolutely sure that you're standing on these pegs when the switch gets hit, or else you run into this and then it fucked everything. Your firebar pattern's gonna be off. Oops. That's fine. That happens to everyone. At least you knew how to get back. A lot of people, if they miss that, they end up spending like 30 seconds flailing around because they don't know what the maze looks like. I mean, I don't even fully know what the maze looks like, so nice, nice. Yeah, just wait that out. A lot of people try to go too early and end up getting shot there. Cool. Yeah, that's the strat that I do for that room. Um, Playform. What's Playform? Is that an emulator? Platform. Okay. Yeah. You want to be higher when you catch that technically, because Trinix is always going to die at the bottom of the room. But I wouldn't worry too much about catching crystals. Yeah, it was pretty good. I don't. Oh, you don't have a segment timer on? Wow, that was almost a minute by itself. And there were probably 20 to 30 seconds of mistakes in there too. So I would just walk out this whole screen. It is technically optimal to dash, but I don't think it's really worth it. You can find those 15 frames somewhere else. The reason that it's not worth it to dash is that if you're not standing on the right pixel or line of pixels, you can introduce a lot of lag to the screen. So just walk it. It's not that much slower. We call that free time save for the next one. Okay, so there are two things you can do to dodge this fire snake. On bow here. No one's ever on bow here. So you can either use your hook shot to get iframes, which is what I recommend, or you can just bonk off here. Bonking is slightly slower than hookshotting, but you have to wait for these fire snakes anyway, so they end up being time neutral. Okay, and then you just grab the bottom. Yeah, so just make sure that you get like make sure you either start dashing before turning, or no, you have to turn before you dash so that you don't grab that wall. Just yeah, just make sure that you do that. Whatever. I'm not gonna say anything. I just saw a direction change, but I need to not be that picky. All right. Do you find that you often get hit by this anti-fairy? Because the movements that you're doing in this room, the anti-fairy is going to hit you every time. Yeah, so I'm going to try to not be too try hard about it. But for this room, you want to place the bomb. You don't need arrows. If you're not getting the chest, you want to place the bomb like immediately, and then you can just carry it like this. You have plenty of time. This will also ensure that you won't like clip it through the wall. And then that has the added benefit of trapping this anti-fairy. So what I saw here is that the anti-fairy is going to hit the pot right here. What that does is it changes its trajectory. So if I pull this pot like this, the anti-fairy is just going to stay in here for a couple more cycles, and then it'll eventually find its way out, but it's mostly just trapped there. But if he hits the pot, that changes his trajectory so that now he's just going to find the gap right away. Okay? That's what we're trying to prevent. So that's why we put the bomb early, and then you can just trap him in there forever. Getting hit by the anti-fairy here isn't super important. It's just it takes half a second to recover, and it costs magic. And the costing magic part is the bad part, because you need all of your magic for this dungeon. There are backups, but backups are slow. That's why they're backups and not mains. What, are you gonna bomb him to death? Okay, yeah, you should definitely menu a lot sooner than that. Unless you're doing some sort of counting ritual. Yeah, I usually menu when I'm falling. Or like right after I land. Okay, so you don't have an issue with walking on the spikes, which is step number 1. Oh, not that spike room. This spike room. But you're just slightly overcomplicating it. So first off, if you shoot an arrow, just dash while the arrow's in flight. It lags the screen, but it becomes faster overall because you're moving at boot speed. Okay. Then you should just walk straight across here. As long as you're confident about it, you should only take 2 damage. If you know how to time a dash, you can, but it's not super duper important. Sometimes you'll take 3 hearts, which, whatever. Yeah, we were in the Discord. We were talking about like our adventures in. Yikes! All of our adventures in mirroring out of places that we shouldn't. Everybody does it. You're gonna lose runs to it. It's just part of the journey. Okay. So doing this room like this, or I guess you might have just done this. Doing this room like this introduces a hell of a lot of lag. Look how slow those arrows go. So in order to reduce the lag, we want to bring the mimics to us first so that the arrow's not in flight for as long. Okay. So essentially just go down till you're clear of the pipe, go to the wall, slash your sword, move downwards. At this point, like after you slash your sword, I stop watching Link and I start watching the mimic just to make sure I got him on the right path. Shot, shot, shot. Easy peasy. Nothing to it. If you spin here, that's slower, but it's fine. Or if you tink off of the guy to put your sword away, that's fine too. Okay, so just a couple things you can do. You'll see a lot of different strats for this room, but this is the one that I do. Actually, I cut this movement short all the time. Alright. Now these guys, so how I deal with this is I will take 1 step to the right and then swing my sword down. The 1 step to the right, just... Actually, I'm not really sure what that does. It gets me out of the door. Now, the downside of this strat is that sometimes this BMOS gets in the way, but as long as you know how to dodge and walk mimics into arrows, it ends up being fine. And it's really important for red mimics that you walk them into your arrows. Don't try to shoot them head on. That's how you end up taking a bunch of damage. Which, I mean, to be fair, I think that's what you were trying to do. You just needed to do it faster because the BMOS is stupid. Yeah, unfortunately, all the strats for this room are cursed as fuck. So anything that doesn't get you killed. This room is, no matter how you do this room, the strats for it are extremely tight, and I mean it's a room that's worth learning and worth working on, just so you're not always taking damage here and potentially having to go get the recovery room later. Uh, but I don't really want to show them, mostly because I'm not very good at the alternate. I'm only good at the fast strat. I think you were just scared of that BMOS, and that's why things went topsy turvy. So, um, I usually like to use pots on skeletons whenever I can. So there's 5 arrows underneath this pot right here. So I usually just, if I don't hit the fast room, I usually use this pot to kill a skeleton, because extra arrows are never a bad thing. This is a room that's 100% worth like learning how to do it the right way. It is difficult, and you need to feel it out. There's like a 1 tile wide gap that you need to hit, but it is so worth learning. You save a fuck ton of time with this strat. Do that but faster. So the reason you want to shoot this guy here is to interrupt his walking pattern if he does a long pattern, so you can dash through and kill him. But you're gonna defeat the purpose if you don't get that shot off right away, because he'll already be all the way over here. You probably noticed that you're menuing slow. Uh, I'm assuming this is just like survive and make sure you don't blow the PB. It's okay, dude. What the fuck? This is not fair. Look at this. This flame is still on the screen and it hits this other landmo. What the hell? You gotta teach me how to do that then, because God, I would love to double hit some lambos. That magic pot costs a decent amount of time, and you didn't need it because this is the correct amount of magic to go upstairs with. At this point, you're just hedging against a miss. You weren't sure if you needed it. Okay, the threshold there is a quarter bar or 2 fire rod shots. I'm pretty sure if you get any pot in that room, it's like 2 seconds. So that's another like break glass only in case of emergency. If you miss like that, just put a Samaria block here, and then you get both of them. You should get both of them. Yeah, the spike's all the way over here. So if you miss like that again and you only hit half of the room, just put a Samaria block here and you should get both of them. Yeah, if you're faster than that fire bar stops mattering. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to get shot. Don't go up in this room at all. That heart is a trap. Just straight to the right. Grab your magic. Move on. Oh, first of all, that's a bastard door, so you don't want to necessarily hold up. You want to get out of the door first, but... But this is also 100% consistent, because you're always going to get here at the same time, and it's at a safe part in the laser cycle. I don't really think it benefits you to go up to the top. Yeah, I just don't see any benefit in going up to the top. Just dash. So I will warn you, you beat the jingle, but not by much. Or did you? Oh, no, okay. Or just... Okay. When you do this room quickly, it is possible to do this room quickly enough that the torches in the other room are still lit. That's why you hear the door close jingle thing. It's because one of those torches went out. If that jingle attempts to play on the same frame as you transition on this staircase, your run's over. So make sure either that you A, hear the jingle first before going up these stairs, or B, just be absolutely confident that you're going to beat it. Yeah. Okay, that was a cool little sequence. Oh. Okay, let's see why that didn't work. Okay. That motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker. Lol. Fuck your strats. That's just bad luck. That's nothing that you did. That's not your fault. Yeah, I like this strat, especially if you don't hover. Like you have the hook shot out anyway, and if you hit the Helmasaur with the hook shot, it's not any slower than what FMG recommends. Yeah, and the only thing that's faster than that is the curse strat. And even if you miss with the hook shot, it's only like a 20-30 frame loss. So that's fine. I'm watching this at speed, and then we're gonna go back and do every hit. Okay. All right. Pattern number one is absolute ripe dog ass. There is a way to get a triple here, but it is cursed, and it's a good call to just go for the double and get the nice lineup. This should be a fairly easy triple pattern, but as we're about to see, you just get wrecked. But yeah, you were in the right spot, but you maybe want to offset yourself to hedge around that blue ball, but I mean, you can only hedge your bets so much in this fight. No, that's not a deboost pattern. Okay, yeah, see, you didn't get hit by the blue ball there, so you were... Also, what a jerk. 2 for 2. Yeah, and then you get the same pattern as before. But this time you only need one hit, so setting up for the double is good. I mean, that was a good Aga 2 fight. I mean, that was a good Aga 2 fight for anyone, basically. Not even just for your level. It's just a... It seems like you know where to position yourself, and you got a lot of spin patterns, and it does seem that you maybe spin by default, which is fine. Spin is fine in most cases, but slashing gives you a lot more utility. But figuring out how to use slashes effectively is just something you have to do when you're... Yeah. And I'm saying that's not necessarily bad. Okay. So starting out, it looks like you tried to do the right thing. You're a little further to the left than I usually like to be, but it's fine. It's this little hesitation right here that messes you up. That hesitation between going backwards and and beginning to walk again is why you miss this double spin. And you get a face full of trident. Yeah, I think we're just in survival mode now, so just whatever works. That's a really bad spot to start phase 2, but what can you do? There's not really much you can do without just dash poking. It doesn't seem like you're interested in doing that at this point. All right. You're also going up against a 325, so you don't exactly have to be blazing fast to beat that. Okay. Got the free hit. Yeah, Ganon's one of those things that you never want to be out of practice on. Just anytime anytime you do like your regular game ends with a Ganon fight, so if you're practicing how you would play, you should end your all of your practice sessions with a Ganon fight as well. All right. So on these patterns, that one's fine. You can spin him from the side there. Doesn't really matter. Yeah. So on this pattern, uh I don't like going to the side. I see a lot of people do it, but I don't like going to the side here. I like going in front of him just because like there's absolutely zero risk that I'm going to fall in a hole if I'm over here versus up here. Plus, you actually this is not enough room. You actually have to wait for this flame to go down, which you do have time for because it does work. It's just uh if you hit that flame or you overshoot into the pit, then you're climbing back up the pyramid. See, as long as you're bouncing yourself toward the center of the platform, then these side hits are fine. I just get nervous when I see people try to hit him from the side up here, and he's also shooting a bat at a bad angle. Because I've fallen to that way too many times. Yeah, like here I would have gone in front of him there. Oh, and you did end up taking damage. And you kind of also just always want to be below him when he's up top because you know he's going to the bottom of the room because he always exchanges top of the room and bottom of the room. So if you go flying over here and he chooses to go over here, you're probably gonna miss the spin unless you're a gamer. Uh I'm not gonna tell you that you should be fire rotting. Uh but you should be fire rotting. Um, it's fine to just set up the torch glitch to guarantee torch glitch with the lamp, and then uh, and then switch to fire rod after that. But yeah, fire rod just gives way more versatility, so you can hit more patterns. Oh, it would only be 7 torchlights, but I understand your point. All right, well that's a 140-48 with 30, 60, 76, 100, and 130. So over 2 minutes from your gold, your gold splits. Because let's see, Thieves, Ice Mire, and GT all had disasters. So yeah, all things considered, not bad. 415. I've definitely done longer PB reviews, but all right. Is there anything you want me to show or any? I mean, I threw a lot at you, so it's completely fair to just say I'll catch the VOD later. And like you can always just message me on Discord. I can highlight this if you want. I should have VODs up for 2 weeks because that's what I need for rando for most rando tournaments. But oh, you know what? I can just export this to YouTube also. Yeah, and if you're having trouble with rooms, there's like a million people in the Discord that will help. And what I will say though is if you're struggling with a room, a lot of times when people ask for help, we just ask for a video so we can diagnose like what's going on in the specific rooms. So if you have room on your computer, I would always be recording your practices. Oh yeah, like you're at the point where like any run can be a PB. Like you're not killing your runs at Aga one. Like you got one blue ball in this PB. Like if you get 7 or 8 on like your next attempt, your PB isn't dead by any means. So all right, cool. I will work on getting this exported, highlighted, or whatever I end up doing. All right. Actually, are people playing the video game? I'm gonna switch scenes. Uh, well, I'm sure Nate has some very good advice. But if you want to blame me, my name's Sean. All right, I'm gonna raid Corey. He is doing something. Hondo. I'll never know who it is. Genius. All right. See y'all.